All right. I think we're live. I think this worked. Maybe. We'll see. Sorry for the delay. I just got back home tonight into Boston, and as usual, when I haven't been somewhere for a while and you start to stream, something happens and you have to fix something, which I had to do. So I appreciate you guys being here. And again, sorry for the delay. We will definitely be covering the press conference tomorrow that President Trump is having about the rescue. But I figured we would come on tonight and just get caught up a bit, do a shorter stream tonight, and then we'll be streaming tomorrow. So I appreciate you joining us. Is that the right time? I have to double check the time because I haven't been back here in a while. Let's see here. No, it is 5:28. It's not 4:28 because last time I was here, I think since the last time I was here, the daylight savings kicked in or whatever. 5:29 Israel time. I just want to thank a couple people for your support. Yes, the super chats are back. So thank you so much. That's really nice of you guys. Patricia Grace 18, thank you so much. Lola, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, our member Dorn Machine. Real Virtual Outdoors, thank you. Ryan 1914, thank you. News with Snacks, thank you. Kurt Hensley, thank you. Lindsay L70, thanks for being a member. Dr. Peppy, thanks for being a member. Mosh Miri, that's incredibly generous of you. Wow. Mosh Miri, that was very kind of you. I really appreciate your support. Mosh Miri, thank you. Did I thank Kurt Hensley yet? Thank you, Kurt Hensley. I appreciate that. I want to thank our moderators too. Thanks also Sticks and Stones, our viewer, our member. Thanks to our moderators. Hang on. We have Roberts May Queen and Leslie Ladyhawk modding. Thank you. I think I need to turn the volume up a little bit. Oh, what are we hearing? I only want to hear. Hold on. Should have one camera. There we go. Got some birds. Roberts May Queen and Leslie Ladyhawk are modding. And also Idaho Stars modding. Good luck, Duck. Sarah and Tariag. And one moment. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. We have Roberts May Queen and Leslie Ladyhawk modding. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha modding on X. And why is this doing this? Margaret Riley. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook. Thank you so much. Andrea Holder as well. Thank you. And I also want to thank one second here. I also want to thank Swamp Fox, our member, Dingier Pillow, our member, Sherry Bertrand, thanks for the support, Jojo, I am your member, Goldie Shannon for the membership, thank you, Goldie Shannon, Sticks and Stones, our member, thank you, and also shout out to Gam of 5, that's really nice of you, thanks on Twitch over there. All right, so let's kind of get caught up. I've been traveling today, traveling back to Boston, so I haven't caught up with every little detail. So I'm going to try to look through some things right now. There was a... we're going to talk about Trump's deadline. There's a report tonight about a last-minute effort possibly to reach a ceasefire that I want to talk about. Oh, also, we should talk about the price of oil as well. We'll be talking about all these things. And I have the clock for the Trump deadline on the screen, as you can see. I actually had to actually censor the Trump post a little bit to make it family friendly. So we'll look at that in a second. Just give me a second. I'm just getting used to everything. It's different when I stream from here. It's just different. It's different when I do it when I'm on the road. One moment. Let's talk about this report about about negotiations. Thank you, by the way, CAC813. Thank you, CAC. Also, W9BBW. Thanks for being a member, and I appreciate that. And also, thanks to over on Twitch, Los Gatos de Wilson. Thanks for the shout out. And Chen Zhen Yen. Thank you for subscribing. Check this out right here. Look at this. Oops, that's not what I want to do. No, that's Trump. Why is that coming on the air? Wait, hold on a second. Oh, I see what happened. That's not what I wanted to do. Here's what it is. Okay. U.S., Iran, and mediators make push for 45-day ceasefire. Axios reports. This is coming out tonight, by the way. Look at this. Oh, I also forgot to thank Ashley Lloyd for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Ashley Lloyd. So Reuters reports, well, this is a report from Axios, but Reuters is talking about the report from Axios. The U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators are discussing the terms for a potential 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end to the war, Axios reported on Sunday. Citing 4 U.S., Israeli, and regional sources with knowledge of the talks, Reuters could not immediately verify the report. The mediators are discussing the terms of a 2-phased deal, the report said. The ceasefire could be extended if additional time was required for talks, the report said. So, any chance this is going to work? I'm going to mention some more about this report. By the way, this picture here, I have some video from Haifa. There was a missile. Was it a missile that hit Haifa? That is, I believe that's in Haifa from earlier today. I have some footage from that. We'll talk about that too. But let's just talk about this report about, yeah, we'll probably do a poll about this at some point. Let's talk about this report about, could there be a ceasefire? I think Axios had reported that it wasn't that likely. So Barak Ravid is reporting this on Axios. And again, The claim is that the U.S., Iran, and regional mediators are discussing a potential 45-day ceasefire. However, Axios said their sources say the chances for a deal over the next 48 hours are slim. Although, maybe if there's negotiations that go on, President Trump, he's done it before, he could say we're talking and the talks are going well, so I'm extending my deadline. Right? President Trump, Axios said Trump told them today that he said there's a good chance for a deal, but if they don't, I am blowing up everything over there. Oh, where is this? Hold on a second here. Here is, hold on. Old Grizz, our viewer, thinks Iran is not negotiating. That's what Old Grizz thinks. P-Dub thought the Trump cursing post was a little over the top. Hugo Motionless says, time's up for Iran. April Johnson says, so happy he sent the right people to get our 2 pilots out safe. God bless Trump. Dobie Needs New Stocks thinks not going to happen. He's going to blank off the troops, get them angry. Why did somebody say your deadline is 24 hours off? The deadline is Tuesday night at 8 p.m. I'm looking at my phone just to confirm. It's Sunday right now at 10:40 p.m., which would mean there's 45 hours and roughly 20 minutes to the deadline. Right? What am I doing wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Isn't that correct? Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern is the deadline. Maybe somebody's not updated about the new deadline. Hey, by the way, I want to say a quick thanks to TE88PFCR, who gave so many memberships in the past week. So nice of you. TE88 says, Tuesday will be ugly should things not get worked out. Iran is not in a position to negotiate. Thanks also, Diulans Victor, who says, so Diulans Victor thinks that the Axios story is because the White House is putting this out there so that the market doesn't crash. I mean, that's another interesting theory. That is another interesting theory, that this story is being leaked to calm the markets. Oil price, by the way, I have it here. Just so you know, oil market is open now. US crude, it went up a bit at open, and now it's down a little bit for the day. It's around 110 US crude. It had gotten up to, I think, about a 114 or something. Brent crude is up a little bit, but it's Brent crude and US crude are around 110. US crude looks like it's around 111, WTI crude. But not much change right now. Thanks also Temi Dank for the memberships. Thanks, Tie Shoes. Tie Shoes thinks you can't trust Trump whatsoever. He has dementia, is lashing out. And also our new member, Sandy, 6693, thank you. Let's take a look. So I'm going to probably ask you guys a poll question about this report about a possible ceasefire. Let's just remind ourselves what Trump said. Now, I had to actually... Yeah, and just a reminder, U.S. crude is, 110 is, the first... That's a lot higher than it's been for most of the war. It's around the highest it's been for the war. The first part of the war, well, it was around, I want to say at the start of the war, it was around 67 U.S. crude. Then it was up in the, got up to, the 70s and 80s. But then in the last week or so, I think it got up over 100. So let's just take a second and look at this post. Do I have it here? No, that's the other one. What I need to do is this. Hold on. Hang on. Oopsie. Where is it? It's that one, right? There. So I actually had to edit this. Well, I had to put a little black over the post so we could be family friendly. Oh, hold on. Are there alerts? Are there early warnings? Yes, we have early warning. We have early warning. Early warning. I don't have cameras in the north, but you can watch Intel cams on YouTube if you want. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Oh, I'm not signed in over there. Oops. Hold on a second. I got to do something real quick. Give me a quick moment here. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. I need about 10 seconds. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm good. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I'm keeping an eye on Intel cams on YouTube. Let's see here. Paul Tyler, our viewer, says you may as well put 2 weeks on that clock now. Some of you are skeptical about the deadline. J3D says, I did not appreciate Trump's Truth Social post. We'll look at it again in a second. By the way, thank you to Tingley24, who thinks Axios and Barak Ravid are paid by Trump in Israel and are not a trustworthy source. I hadn't heard that, Tingley. Thank you, Tingley. Thank you also, Jojo I Am, to you, who said Trump said April 6 on March 26. He also today said Tuesday at 8 p.m. but Eastern, but I'll show you that. Thank you, Jojo I Am. Also, Jonathan Anderson, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. He said originally it was March 23rd, the deadline. I'd have to go back and check it exactly, but Trump has moved a deadline several times. Up here we go. So we have right now missile alerts for northern Israel, Haifa, and surrounding areas. Missile alerts. I'm keeping a peek over at the cameras on. I don't have a Haifa camera right now, but I am peeking over to. I'm peeking over to Intel cams. I believe, if I have it right, that there was a bad missile hit in Haifa earlier today, wasn't there? Hold on. I have some video. Yeah, I have video of it. But I didn't check. Yes, so according to Times of Israel, 2 people were pulled from the rubble dead in Haifa today after a missile impact. And 2 people are missing. Wow. That was earlier. Oh, did anyone see anything on Intel cams? Oh, I just saw something on Intel cams. On camera 5, I saw something go through the sky. On Intel cams, which is the North Israel camera. But I don't really know what I was looking at. Oh, was it a cluster thing? One of our viewers, Toxic, said it was a clustered thing. Is that true? Trying to rewind. Oh, you could see something on camera 10 on Intel cams too. I'm going back. I'm going to see what's being reported in Israel. Some of our viewers are saying they believe it was a cluster. Let me see what Israeli media is reporting. I need a second here. Okay, I am looking into Israeli media. I don't have an update yet. I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for updates. I haven't. Oh, yeah, it does look. I'm looking at a video right now. Online, which makes it look like this might have been a cluster missile in northern Israel. Some of our viewers said that. I just saw a video. So I'll see if that's being reported, but it certainly may have been. I have not seen updates yet about if there's any injuries or anything from this latest missile. Again, it appears that this was a cluster missile that was just shot at northern Israel. That's what it appears. And again, earlier today, I believe this news is fairly new, that 2 people have been found in the rubble dead in Haifa after a missile strike earlier today, and 2 are still missing. Yes, this does look like it was a cluster, a missile, from the video I'm seeing. By the way, Times of Israel said that the rescue services had said that they had found 2 people in the rubble in Haifa. 12 News Israel is reporting it too. So again, it looks like this was a cluster missile. Austin said somebody said on Intel cams they thought it was a cluster missile. I saw some footage online that made it appear to look like a cluster missile. And we're just waiting to get updates right now. I don't believe I have. Hold on a moment. In a little bit, I don't have a live shot from Haifa. In a little bit, I can play you some of the shots of the damage from earlier today. I have yet to see an update about whether there's damage from this latest missile. So again, I didn't realize how new this was when I first said it. Again, 2 people of the 4 missing people in Haifa who were in rubble in a building. 2 people were found in rubble and pulled from rubble dead in a building in Haifa that was hit by an Iranian missile earlier today. There are 2 still missing. Condolences to their family. Haven't seen any updates from the rescue services in Israel about this latest missile. Maybe I can put on the screen right now one of those videos of of the damage from earlier today in Haifa. Ooh, I have it right here. Just make sure I'm good. I can use this. Hold on one moment. Oh, I don't know. I may get some more video of that in a bit. But where is... That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, here is some video from AFP from earlier today to show you that scene in Haifa, where now 2 people have been found dead. It's not graphic footage. So can you guys see this? No, you can't see that yet. You can see the article, but I want you to see something else. Okay, so look at this footage right here. This is a building that was hit in Haifa by a missile earlier today. But this was hours ago. Right there. See that? That's the scene there. Again, this is not a graphic video. I have other videos. Let me pull another one up here. Hang on. Where are the other ones? Don't need that one. This one. So this video also is from earlier. It's from the evening, but this is also at that scene in Haifa. Give me a moment here. I'll put the volume on here. But this is going to be that scene in Haifa where now 2 people have been found dead. This was a scene of a missile strike. Can you guys see that right in there? Again, this was earlier. See the staircase there? I should put on the screen. This is earlier in Haifa. Why can't you see? Okay. Why won't this move? Let me jump around a little bit so you can see. You know, some of our viewers said the missile might not have exploded. I've been traveling all day, so I'm not up to date on all the details. I had seen something like that, but I'm not sure. I gotta check in on that, see what other reporting there is on this. I'll look and see. Let me check. I want to check and make sure we haven't gotten any updates about the new missile, which came a few minutes ago. Oh, by the way, the IDF just announced that a short while ago, the IDF completed a wave of strikes on Iranian terror regime targets in Tehran. That was just announced by Israel a couple minutes ago. They said they did a bunch of strikes in Tehran. Regarding the missile, which was a few minutes ago, N12 News says at least one of the missiles was intercepted. Teams went out to scan several locations in Haifa. Joseph Almog Boker from Israel, reporter, says there are at least 5 scenes that the emergency team is checking out in Haifa from that latest missile. So we'll have to wait and see what we hear. I'm seeing from N12 News, it looks like there is a fire on a street or was that earlier? I'm seeing what looks like a fire on a street in Haifa, which might have been from right now. Looks like it's on the street. Hey, real quick, let me just thank a couple people. Hey, thanks to BBG512 for the memberships. That's very nice of you. Thank you also, Brinton Photography. Thank you, Chris Renfro34. Thank you. Lamb T. Jops from New Zealand. Thank you. Who says, not the words of someone in control, pure frustration. We're going to talk about Trump's posts shortly. Thank you, Hotfix, who says, in before deadline changes again. Thank you also, Atlanta City in Georgia, who says, how influential is President Pezeshkian in Iran's decisions on the current war? And to what extent can he actually shape or change outcomes? I'm not in a good position to answer that. What I will tell you is a number of experts I've seen have said basically they think the Revolutionary Guard is in charge. Pezeshkian, well, it's this whole thing because there's a supreme leader. The supreme leader should be is in theory the most powerful person. But the supreme leader right now is a replacement supreme leader, the son of the former supreme leader who was killed several weeks ago. So we haven't seen him publicly, and there's a lot of debate. Is he injured? Who's really there's debate about who is really controlling things in Iran. I can tell you that. I have the best I can tell you about President Pezeshkian is I have not heard anyone saying that he's the big guy in charge. I've heard a lot of talk about the Revolutionary Guard having a lot of influence. Um, so I'm sorry I can't give you a better answer, but if I see something about it, I'll certainly mention it. Thank you, Atlanta City in Georgia. Also, Matthew Bradford. We'll talk about the deadline shortly. Uncle Lester Cam, thank you. Says, glad our airmen are safe. Thank you, Miss Curvy, as well. And Dog Mama NY for being a member. Tarot 2223 for the member. Turned off says F-bomb on Easter, LOL, not surprised, regarding Trump. We will check out his posts shortly. Hey, thanks also, Mendy R. I really appreciate that, Mendy. Thank you. Karen in Canada, thank you. Karen in Canada says, it's sad for the first time in my 67 years that I can't trust the U.S. any more than Iran, plus war crimes on both sides, says Karen. Thank you also, Shizzleflarf. And Turned Off. And Nashinas26. Who says, so the Strait of Hormuz is important for the U.S. and it won't just open up naturally? Nashinas thinks Iran has been making a fortune dealing with Europe and China through the Strait. They won't open it. That's what Nashinas thinks. Okay. Also, thank you, Ma Florida, on Twitch. And thanks so much to Michael Fergal and Tolina Metro for the Facebook stars. What happened with any updates about that last? Okay, the Israeli police said damage was reported, but no injuries were reported following reports received by the Israeli police of a possible missile hit or interception fragments in the Carmel area of the city of Haifa. So, no injuries reported from that missile strike that we were seeing or following here a short while ago. Oh, it shouldn't say earlier tonight in Haifa because I had that video. That was for the Haifa video. I think we need to talk about Trump's posts because we haven't even mentioned that yet. I will tell you this. Kuwait posted that their air defense systems are currently repelling missile attacks and hostile drones. They just posted that. And as I mentioned, there was a missile strike earlier today in Haifa, and 2 people have now been pulled from the rubble and 2 are missing. Now, what I need to do is pull up Trump's posts. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that Haifa. So N12 News had posted a little while ago in Israel saying that in Haifa, that what happened is there was a 5-story building and a missile hit it, and the missile warhead weighed about about 1,000 pounds, about half a ton. There were injured there, by the way, in addition to the 2 dead people. Um, Now, they did say that there was a possibility that the warhead hadn't exploded. I don't know if that was figured out. But it was a missile that weighed about 1,000 pounds, and it made a direct hit on a building. Okay. So I'll keep an eye on that, but that's not good news. Here, all right, so let's look at I want to talk about the deadline coming up. Our viewer Constal Industries says another deadline. I think this is just another market manipulation tactic. John Pendleton says there are no crimes in war. You are fighting for survival. Okay, so here is something that President Trump said. I actually had to make it family friendly. But this was this morning. This was this morning. A lot of people were surprised, were kind of surprised by this. President Trump said, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effin' strait, and he did use the full word. Open the effin' strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. By the way, he had already set a deadline for Monday, so this moved it to Tuesday. Then the other post he made after that was the one that said Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Here was the other one. That was posted afterwards. So those are the 2 posts. Yes, President Trump is doing a press conference. Excuse me. A news conference at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. At 1 p.m. about the rescue. So we'll be covering that tomorrow. President Trump is giving a news conference about the rescue, although I assume he'll talk about his deadline in the negotiations. Give me a moment here. Why can't I find? There it is. Sorry, I'm just making sure I can see a couple things on up here, over here that I'm keeping track of. Okay. Yes, those are real tweets. All right, so what did you guys think about this? What did you think? By the way, thanks to Martin Ging. Martin says, is it true that the SEAL team left a pair of underwear from the rescue mission? From the underwear? Martin, I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it's not true. I just haven't seen it. I'll have to see what I see. Martin said he saw it on X. Thank you, Martin. Also, Evie, thank you. Evie says you enjoy speaking propaganda? Thank you also, Momadon, our member, and I'll call him, him or her, Tour Guide 99, who says U.S. now less of the humanitarian's role and seen more of as a bully which will galvanize their foes and band them together. Thanks also to our member, Ken Lance. Thanks, Ann Ryan, for your support. Jet Souls Forever, our viewer says, oops, you know what happened is I messed something up. There it is. Jet Souls Forever says, I can't believe that Trump had the audacity to drop an F-bomb on Easter. Yeah, this was, that top post there was quite, I mean, I was surprised to see it. Hang on, what's going on here? Give me one moment. Something is not as it should be. Okay, that's that. Okay, better. Our viewer, Craig Bishop, says Trump is constantly changing the deadline times. So is President, now we told you, Axios is reporting tonight that there's a last-ditch effort to try to reach a ceasefire deal, a 45-day ceasefire deal. I want to know from you guys what's going to happen at the deadline. And we'll give, the choices will be U.S. attacks, deadline delayed, ceasefire deal, or other. How's that? Let's do a poll. Now, I have to do this here. One moment. Poll. What will happen at deadline? By the way, if a new deadline happens before the deadline, then you should answer. You think that's going to happen? You should answer new deadline. U.S. attacks, new deadline, ceasefire, other. All right, I just posted that poll. Now I'm going to post it again. Oops, I have to get rid of this thing. That doesn't work. I have to post it on Twitch. Oopsie. Let me post it on Twitch. Oopsie. Okay, so I said U.S. attacks, new deadline, ceasefire, other. Sons of Liberty says 15,000 strikes and they're still going strong. Unless you raid every single hidden mountain facility, nothing changes. I need to post the poll on Facebook too, and then we can look at your answers. We will be covering tomorrow the Trump press conference on the rescue. That's at 1 Eastern time. So we will come on the air before 1 Eastern time sometime, and we'll have coverage. So I hope you can join us for the coverage. Okay, it's time to look at what you said in the poll. Do I have my poll graphic? Where is it? Where's the poll graphic? I do it a different way here than I do. Oh, I think I know where it is. Let's see. There it is. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So let's see what you guys said. I have not even looked at your response yet. So I don't know who's winning the poll. Okay, I am pulling it up right now. Over on YouTube, here is what people are saying they think is going to happen at the deadline. It's kind of close. 46% are saying U.S. attacks, but 41% are saying new deadline. 4% ceasefire, 9% other. Interesting. I'm looking at the Facebook poll right now, and on Facebook, the current result is 60% U.S. attacks, 33% new deadline, 0% ceasefire, and 7% other. It's interesting. You guys are really skeptical there will be a ceasefire. How about on Twitch? What are they saying about this? Wow, look at Twitch. We have a disagreement. 58% say new deadline on Twitch. Oh my gosh. 35% U.S. attacks, and very few say ceasefire or other. Our viewer Ghost, hold on a second. One of our viewers said the post was like a spoiled 5-year-old not getting what he wants. I think it was Ghost All Day. He said something like that. I'm sorry if I got it wrong. The comment flew by. War Be Brought thinks that generals are refusing orders, and the only reason we haven't gone in is because the Pentagon is digging their heels in? That's what our viewer War Be Brought thought. Zhongyi says no one profits with the ceasefire, hence there will be no ceasefire. Well, it looks like we have a disagreement between YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is the winner is new deadline, whereas it's close on YouTube. But right now the lead is U.S. attacks. Smoker Gaming thinks Iran won't accept a ceasefire now. Okay, I'm wrapping up the poll, but thank you for voting. We'll see what happens. On Facebook, the final result was 63% US attacks, 31% new deadline. Thank you, Angela Spencer, who says, I love Trump. You won't know the actual deadline. God bless our troops and the soldier rescued. Thanks, Angela. Thanks also, Mark Ellis, for being a member. Thanks to Zach Horner, who says, I got spiders in my milk. Thanks, Martin. Oh, thanks again, Martin Gingrich. All right, I got to get some more updates too. Just give me a second here. Get a little volume. Ooh, I turned off the volume before. I think they have the TV on. I got to turn the sound off now. Hang on a moment here. Let's see. I'm seeing this. You know what else is happening today is that what time of day? I'm so out of it because I've been traveling. What time of day is the moon flyby? I just, again, in all the traveling, I haven't. I'm looking it up now. Afternoon and evening. Oh, I'm seeing afternoon and evening. Is that correct? NASA must have posted about this. Here it is. I have the schedule for you right here. Let me get rid of this deadline thing for a second. So that's the schedule. I know this isn't about the war, but just so people can see it. That is the flyby schedule. Lunar observations begin at 2:45. Temporarily lose communication with the crew at 6:44. Closest approach to the moon at 7:02. Maximum distance from Earth 7:07. So I guess while Orion is on the other side of the Earth, Mission Control loses communication with the astronauts for about 41 minutes. Huh. So we'll be covering some of that. I maybe we'll do double coverage or something. But that is that's the schedule there. Oh, it says all times are Eastern. You can see it on the top. All times are Eastern. Hogpool says that is crazy. Give me a quick moment here. Let me check something. Let me just check something really quick. Testing. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. So basically, the lunar observations begin at 2:45 p.m., which is kind of like President Trump's news conference is at 1 p.m. Well, we're going to be busy. So, am I right in thinking, am I correct in thinking that when the orbiter, no, it's not orbiting, when the capsule, when the Orion spacecraft goes behind the moon, and for 41 minutes, mission control cannot communicate with the astronauts. I assume that means for those 41 minutes, we won't have live video, right? Otherwise, they could communicate with the astronauts. I don't see how it would be the case that we would have live video. So we're just not going to we're not going to have video for those 41 minutes. People are saying that's correct. Interesting. Okay. All right, give me one moment here. So something to keep an eye on for tomorrow. I did want to mention one other thing. We're covering the war, but there was a really interesting picture posted today by NASA, which is this picture right here, which is that's Earth. That is Earth right there. It's crazy, but that is Earth. Maybe I can make it a little bigger for you. I know I can make it bigger for you. That's Earth from the Artemis mission. An Artemis crew member took the photo. It's quite something. That's how far away they are. Think about being up there and you look up and you're like, hey, that's Earth. I don't even know what that would feel like to see that as Earth. Lou says I would be scared to see Earth so small. Wick says our pale blue dot. Okay, so anyways, we will be doing coverage tomorrow, but we'll probably be doing double coverage. I'll have to see how things play out. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here about what's going on. Hey, thank you to our moderators again. I really appreciate our moderators. We have moderating right now. Ruth is over there moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Also, we have moderating. Good luck, Duck and Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3. Sarah and Tariak. Thank you. They're on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley over on Facebook. Andrea Holder, thank you. Thanks, Juliana Martin, for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you to Shells for the bits on Twitch. Thanks to Toonies for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to BrainRot9000 for subscribing. Thanks to Sugaro for subscribing. Thanks Ma Florida for subscribing on Twitch. And also thank you to thank you to hold on, what is this here? QWERTY for your support. Thank you, QWERTY, who says, some people are concluding that our jets were shot down and did not crash because the plane has a D print on it. Planes only have a D print if shot at. I'm not even sure what you mean by all of that. I haven't been keeping up with that level of detail. I'm not familiar with that whole debate, QWERTY, but thank you. Some of our viewers might know what QWERTY is referring to. Thanks also, Corn Boozer, who gave 20 people memberships in the chat. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Corn Boozer or someone else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That's very kind of you, Corn Boozer. Thank you. Thanks also to CJ Breaks Things, who says, many of the Iranian embassies have become unglued and are posting memes and madness on X Twitter. Sad, but also pretty great. I haven't seen that myself. I should try to check out what some of them are saying. Thanks also Mark Ellis for being a member. Thanks also Justin D. Winters for your support on Twitch. I can show you what, for example, the Iranian Speaker of Parliament said. Hold on. The Iranian embassy in the UK posted Trump's, oops, I don't want to post the swear word, posted Trump's post and said, hold on, here, I'll put Trump's posts on the top. There's Trump's posts on the top. Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the blankings, open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Trump. The Iranian embassy in the UK said, Mark Twain said, it is better to keep your mouth closed and to let people think you are a fool than to open it and remove all doubt. Oh, one of the feeds is circling. Let me, I will attend to that feed in a second. I just need to refresh it. Well, I refreshed it and it's still doing that. Maybe they started a new feed. They might have. Let's see. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hey guys, I have a live shot from Haifa. Hold on a moment. I have a live shot. Oops. I have a live shot from Haifa. That's where 2 people were killed. Look at this. This is live from Haifa. So this is a building. This is a building in Haifa that yesterday, because it's now Monday in Israel, but on Sunday, a missile hit this building and 2 people were pulled from the rubble, dead, and they're looking for 2 more people in the rubble who are missing. And that is a live shot from Haifa the day after an Iranian missile hit that, I think it's a 5-story building. Oh, some of our viewers are saying there's some sort of missile alerts. Yes, early warning for missile alerts in Tel Aviv and surrounding area. So let me get the Tel Aviv camera up. I'm going to get that up instead of this for the moment. And there is Tel Aviv. We'll make that bigger. That's Tel Aviv. Get the volume on from Tel Aviv. And then what I should do is get Kat Miowski's stream up. Why am I not hearing anything? I know why I'm not hearing anything. So that's Tel Aviv. We're going to put the Kat Miowski feed up as well. That is a little small. Oops, that's what I got to do. So we're looking at the Kat Miowski camera. Thanks to Kat Miowski. And also, why is the Kat Miowski one dark? Now I'm confused. Maybe it's pointed in a different direction. Although cameras can change their filters and stuff. Yeah, it's possible that one of our viewers just said skyline camera exposure cranked. So it's possible the bottom camera, they were shooting the city at night and they just haven't made the adjustment they need to make. So again, early warning, Tel Aviv area, missile warnings, and I know what I got to do. Pre-warning for missile alerts in Tel Aviv and surrounding area. So maybe we probably going to hear some sirens soon. Give Tel Aviv a second here. Hey, by the way, thank you to Ken Lance for your support. Ken says, hopefully an end to the war is not too far into the future. Thank you also. This is Mobsta. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Feeling the Future with Geometry. Thank you. He says, praying for this to end. Thank you also, My Avitech, who says, during Artemis Blackout is a great time to play Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. The playtime is perfect, only 2 minutes longer than Blackout. Wow. Thank you for the tip. Thank you, Todd USA, our member. And feeling the future with geometry again. Thank you. President Trump has the White House Easter egg roll at 10 tomorrow. And then the press conference at 1 tomorrow. We're waiting for the actual missile alerts. Oops. We should be seeing the missile alerts at any moment now. I'm waiting for them to fly onto the screen. Yeah, you can check out Intel cams if you want on YouTube. I will be covering the press conference. All right, there are the alerts. We have alerts in Tel Aviv and the surrounding area. Alerts in Tel Aviv, missile alerts in the surrounding area. So let's go to our cameras. I assume the bottom one will zoom in. That's what it would normally do. Hopefully we don't lose it. Oh, there we go. We're hearing sirens on one or both of the cameras. It hasn't zoomed in yet. They're going to cut it off. The camera person may be sleeping on the bottom camera. I think Reuters is going to cut off the bottom camera because it's not zoomed in. Well, anyways, we'll keep an eye on both cameras. I'll move Cat Meowski if I see anything on the Reuters camera on the top there. But I don't see anything on either camera right now. I still haven't seen on either camera anything. Did you guys see anything? Yeah, that's kind of weird because normally on Reuters the camera zooms in, and if it doesn't zoom in, they just kill the camera. But oh, I heard a boom. I heard maybe I think we might have heard on one of the cameras an interception. We're hearing other booms. Oh, the camera just zoomed in. The camera just zoomed in. Too late. So we heard a couple booms. We just heard something else. Maybe an interception or an interceptor. Shells says did not see it on Intel cams. Oh, I think I can de-brighten this a little bit. Yeah, I had the brightness on a little bit. On Tel Aviv, I had the brightness up before, and I forgot to turn it back down. My fault. My fault. All right, let's see if anything's being reported about Tel Aviv right now. But we definitely heard a couple boom things. Oh, hey guys. I just saw a post right now. Okay, so let me turn the volume down. So, about 45 minutes ago or so, there was a missile. There was a about 45 minutes ago there was a missile launched at one or more missiles launched at northern Israel, and I just saw reported right now. Yes, well, no. I just saw reported right now about that from this account I follow, Hot News, which covers Israeli news. They say, oh yeah, Channel 12 News posted this as well, Israel. 4 people have minor injuries from smoke inhalation from that missile or missiles from like 45 minutes ago or whenever it was in northern Israel. 4 people have minor smoke inhalation injuries, including 2 5-year-old girls. That's not from this. That's from earlier. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this camera, and I'll keep an eye on what we hear about Tel Aviv. And I want to go back to I want to show you again the Haifa camera of the strike yesterday, where 2 people were killed and 2 people are still in the rubble. That is right coming up there. That is Haifa. Haifa, Israel. You can see it right there. That's a live shot from Haifa. MDA says, oh, I actually have here, I can mention this. Turn this down a little bit. So the MDA, the Emergency Medical Organization, they say that following the missile launches or missile alert, like it was like 45 minutes ago or so, also in Haifa. Not this was like yesterday. This what you're looking at now, that was hours and hours ago. But following the missile shot at northern Israel, about 45 minutes ago or whatever, MDA medics and paramedics are providing medical treatment and referring 4 injured people to the hospital in mild condition with signs of smoke inhalation, including a man and woman in their 40s and 2 5-year-old girls. Yes, this is the 5 or so story building that got hit by a missile on Sunday, and 2 people have died, and they're looking for 2 more. Regarding the latest missile warning in Tel Aviv, MDA says their medics and paramedics went out to scan the scenes where reports were received. So we will have to wait and see if there's any new damage or injuries from the latest missile. One of the viewers said you can see a TV on the wall of the apartment. You mean right there? That's a TV right there? I believe it was a 5-story building. Terrible. Oh no, the TV over here, I'm sorry. That's the TV right there. That's not a TV. That's a mirror, I think, as one of our viewers said. That was like a mirror, maybe. Well, anyways, that's a mirror and that's a TV, right? I have an update for you. The missile that was just fired at Israel, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, was a cluster bomb warhead. He said the ADF believes it was a cluster missile that was just fired at the Tel Aviv area. Oh, MDA posted a couple pictures of of a fire in Haifa about an hour ago from the missile alert there. I'll post a link to it in the chat. I gotta post a link to my X account and pin that. I'm gonna pin my X feed. If the mods can pin it on Twitch and Facebook, that would be fantastic. Hey, really quick, I just want to say thanks to JB from Texas gave 5 people memberships. Thank you, JB. I appreciate that. Thank you, my best friend John, for being a member. Thanks, Motorola, for being a member. Motorola R56. Thank you, Jason D. in California. Happy Easter to them and everybody else who is celebrating today. Thank you, Jason D., and thanks for the note. And Jason's wife. And did I thank THM Dylan for being a member? I don't know that I did. Thank you. I don't believe this building was targeted. I believe it just got hit when Iran fired one of their missiles. We've had a couple of missile alerts since we've been on the air. Hey, just a reminder about that reports of that there's ceasefire negotiations going on. Give me a moment here. Uh-oh. Look at this. They're closing in. See, look at that. Wow. They are all that rubble. They've been digging through the rubble. Huge effort there. They're still looking for 2 people. Chung Peters says they line up to transport stone. Where is Again, Axios is reporting that there is a discussion going on between the U.S. and Iran of some theoretical 45-day ceasefire deal. But they say that their sources who tell them this, Axios, tell them a deal is unlikely. You're seeing there all that rubble there. Terrible. And it looks like that whole wing of the building just pretty much looks like it just collapsed, you know. Crunchy says IRGC won't ceasefire, it's just smoke. Nor thinks there'll be no deal. Remember, President Trump has given a deadline of Tuesday at 8 p.m. He said that Tuesday is going to be, how did he put it? He said Tuesday is going to be bridge and power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up into one. There it is. Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing, he did say the word, strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. That is, if you see the countdown clock here, less than 44 hours away. Yes, that's a real post. If you haven't seen it, that's real. That was Sunday morning. That's a real post. That was Sunday morning. We did a poll about what would happen at the deadline. On Twitch, the winner was new deadline, and on YouTube and Facebook, the winner was attack. I don't know what's going to happen. Jared thinks Trump is going insane and J.D. Vance should intervene. Ard says, don't believe the hype. Zach Sugrinder says, maybe he's a crazy man, but he's our crazy man. Glenda says, I love our president. Oh, I'm seeing a report. I am seeing a report right now online from iNews 18, which I follow, feed. They have a fire. It looks like a car on fire in Petah Tikva, which is, I believe, in metropolitan Tel Aviv. There is again, a photo of a car on fire behind like a building. Oh, and I'm seeing some more. So this is related to the previous missile. Yes. So I am seeing right now there is again, I'm seeing a couple different videos posted online by N12 and iNews 18, but it appears like what happened is that a missile or a submunition hit a car, because there's a car on fire, and I'm looking also at a clip of a skyline view of Tel Aviv where you can see smoke in the sky. I don't know if you can see it on the feed. No, the feed is still zoomed in on the Reuters feed. Anyways, though, it does look like, and also, I'm sorry, N12 News reported, no, News plus iNews 18 claims that a 30, oh wait, hold on, I have the report. MDA says, yes, the MDA confirms a 34-year-old woman is in serious condition with a chest injury from an interception. So I guess maybe something fell, maybe there was an interception and something fell to the ground or something. I don't know. But that's just in. And Petah Tikva is that east of Tel Aviv? This is from the last missile alert. A woman is in serious condition. Yeah, they worded it like she intercepted it, said Levi Daug. That wasn't the intention. Petah Tikva is, I'm going to show you right now. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oops. Give me a moment. See the Google map? Petah Tikva is east of Tel Aviv, but close to Tel Aviv. So there was apparently, I'm assuming it's the same incident, but a woman in serious condition. And also I have seen online photos and videos, especially one photo suggesting that a car is on fire. It looked like in the park behind somebody's house. Yes, and there are various photos and videos coming out now showing Tel Aviv, Petah Tikva, where you can see smoke going into the sky, but I believe it's from this car on fire. Then I'm seeing another shot of some damage elsewhere in Tel Aviv. Remember, it was reported, I believe, that this latest missile was a cluster missile. So that's going to spread out all these different submunitions over the surrounding area. Amanda says, I used to live in Petah Tikva. It's been hit before. So many apartment buildings. They're high density. So I am seeing some reports. I'm trying to get you more information about these damage reports. And again, this is Haifa from yesterday, live shot from a building yesterday that was hit where 2 people are dead and 2 are missing. N12 says, the MDA says we are currently treating 3 victims, 1 serious, 1 moderate, and 1 lightly injured from the latest missile attack in the Tel Aviv area. Now look at this. Look at this. You are looking at Haifa. Thank you, Gamer Dude. Gamer Dude claims Axios is not very reliable. They are known to put out IDF propaganda. That's what Gamer Dude says. Gamer Dude, thank you. Also, thanks to C. Sebastian, who thinks Trump is Israel's lapdog. Sebastian, just Sebastian, 01, thinks that if Trump invades, then Republicans will lose the midterms and it will be a modern-day Vietnam. Thanks, IndyCar 1007. Thanks, Golden Goose, who says we are all blanked. Juliana Martin says, I'm so confused about everything. 1 minute it's I'm going to attack if Iran doesn't do what I say, and then it's possible peace talks so extend deadline. Romina says, I hope the details of the rescue are not shared. The rescue yesterday, the last couple days, there is no need to, because if this war continues, the enemy does not need to know what was carried out during the rescue. I am posting in the chat a video of the car on fire reportedly in Petah Tikva. I just posted a link to it in the chat. Guy Elster posted a video of it. I don't have the rights to the video, but I just posted 2 videos of the car on fire and smoke rising in Petah Tikva, I believe from that fire. Yeah, Joe Trusman also posted some photos from Petah Tikva. I'll post a link in the chat. But again, it does look like a car is on fire. It's like a car that looked like parked behind the building. Thank you, Brian Beelman. Wow. Brian, by the way, please thank Brian if you got a membership from Brian. Brian gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat, which is very kind of Brian. I really appreciate that, Brian. So please make sure you thank Brian if Brian gave you a membership. Also, thanks to IndyCar for being a member. Thanks, Brian, for supporting the channel. LKS says, looks like it was 2 cars. Maybe it was 2 cars on fire. I wonder if we'll get another video from Haifa. You never know. This is from yesterday. I mean, this is hours and hours ago. The scene you're looking at now. This isn't the last couple hours. It's a live shot, but this was hit, building was hit hours and hours ago. Thanks, Tone Tone. Tone says this was supposed to be over by now. Thank you, Tone Tone. Also, JAH. JAH says the Democrats use the F word every day and no one says anything, but now Trump says it and all the liberals and Iran lovers have a meltdown. Hypocrites? Wow. Thank you, JAH. Felix Cat says, why aren't you posting about attacks on the Tehran airport as well as universities in Iran? Well, we kind of talk, I do talk about Tehran attacks when I hear them. The reason I'm talking about Well, we've had a couple of alerts in Israel, so I've talked about that because that's been while we're on the air, and we have this footage. So I wanted to talk about this. It's harder to get real time information out of Iran, obviously, because they don't allow the internet's blacked out there, and they don't allow footage to come out. So, but I try to give you updates on that when I see updates. I mean, I mentioned about an hour ago, Israel said they had carried out a bunch of strikes in Iran. I don't know exactly what they hit. It's harder to get information out of there, specific information. Are the futures markets open? The stock futures open right now yet or not? I believe they are. Sunday at 5 p.m. I think they open. Right now, stock futures I'm seeing are pretty even. They're pretty close to even right now. Regarding oil prices, we talked when I last checked, they were pretty similar to when they opened. Yeah, I mean, WTI crude is up a little bit, less than a half a percent. Brent crude, sorry, WTI is down a little bit, less than half a percent. Brent crude is up about a half a percent. Not huge changes right now. David Sobel says trading sideways right now. Valuable Sandwich says, I voted for the dude and have given him the benefit of the doubt for many contentious things he said, but man, that's an insane thing to post on any day, let alone Easter. Oh. Hold on a moment. Sorry. There's another. I've been trying to post some videos in the chat of this fire in Petah Tikva outside of Tel Aviv from the latest missile attack. Hey, thanks to Diddy Truck, but Diddy Truck, I'm sorry, but the chat is not for advertising. So I appreciate it, Diddy Truck, but we do not allow advertising posts in the chat. So I apologize, but it's just the rules. Oh, Abu Dhabi said something? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Did I miss this? Where is that report? Hey guys, just to show you real quick, you can go to their social media to see the video, but MDA posted, I'm just going to show you a screen grab of it right here. That's from the MDA, which is the emergency medical response group in Israel. And what you can see that the firefighters are putting out that fire, but see how there's smoke coming up there in that screen grab, and there's a firefighter spraying water on it. But that's where that fire was. And I don't know if it was one vehicle or multiple vehicles, but that's what I was seeing. And you see damage there. That's in Petah Tikva, outside of Tel Aviv from the last missile attack. Yes, Magen David Adom. Magen David Adom, I believe it is, as Sobel said. As David Sobel said. Actually, I just saw a picture online, and it looks like there were two cars on fire. I'm seeing a picture online that suggests there were two cars on fire in that fire in Petah Tikva. Looks like behind a building that they were parked there. That's what it looks like. Hang on, I had seen some report about Abu Dhabi. Where did that come from? So I was trying to find an update on. I saw some report online claiming Abu Dhabi had reported some damage. I can't find the original report though. Oh, I got it. I found it right now. Look at this breaking update. Breaking update. Daniel Levitt also mentioned it too. Thanks, Daniel. I just saw it myself. Abu Dhabi authorities in the UAE have responded to an incident of falling debris on the Renine Systems Company in ICAD in the Musafa area. Following a successful interception by air defense systems, the incident resulted in two moderate injuries to a Ghanaian national. Now, by the way, I have said this before. I feel like there are certain countries, some of the Gulf countries, I feel like whenever they report damage, at least when I see it, it always says as a result of falling debris from a successful interception. Now, maybe that's true. I just want to say I'm not sure it's true. Others, I know some of our viewers have noticed this as well. I can't say they post that every time because I don't see every one of their posts. I just feel like they say it a lot. Again, I can't verify that claim. I'm pretty darn sure that the damage is that there really was damage. Anyways, that aside, now what is Renine Systems Company in ICAD? I got to look that up. Yeah, Mark says very accurate debris. And destructive debris. Let me see if I can find out about that. The Renine Systems Company in ICAD in the Musafa area. So, hold on. Let me look up this. See Healthy Life says debris in the form of an explosive drone. I believe Renine is Renine. ICAD is Industrial City of Abu Dhabi. And I believe Renine is Renine Wireless Development Systems, which is, there is a Renine Wireless Development Systems, a specialized technology and security company. I don't know if they were targeted, this company, but maybe I can find where this was in Abu Dhabi. Yes, I can see it right here. So you can see this is in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. So if we zoom out, so there's Iran here, the UAE is here across the Gulf, and they have had damage at Renine Wireless I believe it's Renine Wireless Development Systems. Somewhere in there, there is damage from an Iranian attack, and a person was moderately injured. I mean, a lot of Chris N says, I've been surprised at Iran missiles' accuracy, but tech is getting pretty good even for third world countries. I will say the last few days there have been a number of Iranian missiles which have done damage and hit things. Not just Israel. In Kuwait, there's been a bunch. We just see this one right now now I don't know if this is a missile or a drone. But, things are getting through. I don't know if the rates have changed or not, but that's in the UAE. We don't really usually see videos and photos out of the UAE. So I can't tell you the extent of the damage there. Thank you, Mendy. Mendy, I don't really want to get off on the ballroom topic. It's a bit off topic, Mendy. There was a court ruling where a federal judge said the ballroom needed to be approved by Trump's ballroom needs to be approved by Congress, but I believe that is going to get appealed. It may end up in the Supreme Court. As Reuters says, the Trump administration has filed an emergency motion to resume ballroom work, citing security issues. A federal judge ruled that construction work must pause while a lawsuit works its way through the courts. The lawsuit seeks to halt the project, with plaintiffs arguing it needs approval from Congress. So that's working its way through the courts right now. Currently, it has been stopped by a judge. But I believe it may end up in the Supreme Court. I don't know. Thank you so much, Mendy. I don't really want to get into detail about that because then we just get off on another topic. It's not really about the war. Yeah, the Trump administration wants the case to be taken to the appeals to be taken to the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mendy. Thank you also, Mark Etienne LaRouche from Canada. Now, Mark said, do you have a ground news subscription, Steve? You will see Iran took off 5 planes, choppers, and drones, killing at least 8 U.S. soldiers during the rescue. So Mark thinks that 8 U.S. soldiers were killed during the rescue. The U.S. has not announced any soldiers killed during the rescue. I mean, the tough thing about, regardless of whether they'd want to cover it up, the tough thing about covering that up is you would think that would end up coming out eventually. I mean, if 8 U.S. soldiers did die, someone's going to find that out. You can't keep that a secret. And I don't think that would look great for the U.S. to have that come out. I don't know. I just haven't heard any other reports of it. So I have not read any reports of it. I don't know which one you're referring to, but again, I've not seen it. Nowhere I've looked. I haven't seen anywhere I've looked. But thank you, Mark from Canada. I appreciate it. We should talk a little more about the rescue. You know, we're going to be covering the press conference on the rescue at 1 p.m. today. Well, 1 p.m. Monday. So I hope you can tune in for that. President Trump's doing a press conference. Thanks, by the way, to Brian Beelman for your support. And Brian Beelman and Rez Jr. Prod, who says, imagine if Obama said, praise be to Allah. Thanks also to everybody for watching. Appreciate you tuning in for our night update. Thanks to LT and Julian Miller for subscribing on Facebook. Let me give you an update on the rescue. Let's talk about that a little bit. I'm leaving this stream on for now. If I notice something on one of the other streams, I'll let you know. But for the moment, I'd rather have this on because I don't see anything happening on the, like the Tel Aviv stream or the Jerusalem stream or anything, but I'll keep an eye on those. I mean, it really shows you how slow going this is. That building was hit hours ago. There are 2 people believed missing there. They've pulled 2 people dead out of the rubble, and like I'm assuming, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I believe from covering collapses that there's a word you don't want to rush in and start digging through stuff and hurt the people underneath. There's this very specific way they go about doing this work when they think there's people in there. And I think part of it is not wanting to hurt them and not wanting to hurt the rescuers, but it can be very delicate. I think they also do things. I'm remembering when we covered the Florida building collapse, but they do things like they try to search for air pockets or something. I don't remember. But my point is it can be a very painstaking process. They're not just going in there just as fast as they can and pulling everything apart. Oh, also, I'm remembering this now. I was just reading about this online, but I'm remembering this. Is sometimes rescuers, they listen. They'll listen for breathing or tapping. And you need quiet if you're going to do that. So, you know, another reason people aren't just like making a ton of noise, I assume. Danny G says once they find them, they're going to need many to get them out safely. Reuters had an article about searching for survivors in rubble from like 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And they talk about rescue workers look for and document survivable void spaces, such as stairwells or areas beneath beams. In some cases, people have survived in spaces like this for days. Also, hold on a second here. They talk about how there's one phase called the full search and rescue phase in which local rescuers, first responders, or they're trying to find a smaller number of trapped survivors. Rescue teams try to penetrate most or all of the survivable voids left inside collapsed structures. This can involve multiple teams and take several days. Specialized teams can employ sensitive sound equipment to detect movement within buildings, says Reuters in this article from 2023. Often debris must be removed by hand to avoid crushing survivors by using heavy equipment. That's interesting. Our viewer DJEXQ says they are in front of a stairwell now. That's what DJ believes. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to talk about the rescue a bit more. So, the Washington Post has an article about the rescue. I want to mention something from that. And we'll take some more of your comments. What is this? The Washington Post says the U.S. military and CIA coordinated, they're actually digging some stuff now, or moving some stuff with that equipment there. The U.S. military and CIA coordinated on a high-stakes mission that safely rescued the missing crew member of a fighter jet that was shot down over Iran. Let me give you a little more details from this article here. It says, the airman, a weapons system officer in a two-seater fighter aircraft, the airman was hidden in a mountain crevice and missing for about 2 days as Iranian forces and militiamen drew near. The rescuers had to move fast to get the airman, who was injured. To disrupt the hunt, says the Washington Post, others have reported this as well, I believe, the CIA launched a deception campaign to spread the word inside Iran that U.S. forces already had him and were moving him via the ground to exfiltrate him. While they confused the searchers, the CIA located the airman and shared the location data with the military and White House. Another U.S. official said military commanders had to direct nearly every aircraft in the region to support the rescue. As U.S. forces departed Iran, they blew up 2 C-130 cargo planes and at least 2 MH-6 Little Bird helicopters after the planes got stuck in the terrain of a makeshift airstrip that U.S. forces used for the operation. That move was to prevent the equipment from falling into Iran's possession. Iranian media on Sunday broadcast footage of what appeared to be the charred wreckage of U.S. military aircraft on that airstrip. Video showed what appeared to be the remains of at least one plane and an MH-6 helicopter. The MH-6 is flown by soldiers with the elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, which transports special operations troops that include Delta Force. One official said few additional details would be forthcoming Oh, no. One official said few additional details would be forthcoming until Trump's news conference for Monday afternoon. What's going to happen at this news conference? Might they show some video at this news conference? Now, one of our viewers said Ma Florida said $300 million of blown up aircraft. Michael Weiss, who I follow, who's a journalist, and I would call him a expert on international affairs. He had reposted a post today. Oh no, Michael Weiss said that he spoke to a U.S. military official, and the U.S. military official said, this is what the U.S. military official said. I actually reposted this on my X account. You can find it there. But the U.S. military official told Michael Weiss, the operation basically cost $300 million because they had to abandon the 2 C-130s and the 4 MH-6 Little Birds. Then the U.S. Air Force had to use multiple bombs to blow up all the aircraft they abandoned at that airstrip. And the Iranians shot down 2 MQ-9 Reaper drones. Luckily, the U.S. suffered no casualties, said the U.S. official, and we had to use multiple bombs and missiles to blow up Iranian Revolutionary Guard vehicles that tried to drive up the mountain and also those that tried to drive to the airstrip. How much does the C-130 plane cost? Why can't I type? I am seeing that a new Lockheed Martin C-130, I'm seeing some different prices online, but roughly 100 million? Is that wrong? But it's weird, in the Wikipedia article, it depends on what kind of C-130. Wikipedia says much less than that. But what kind of C-130 was it? I don't know. C-130 Hercules, one of our viewers said. Oh, that's what the Washington Post article said, right? Hold on. Let me go back there. It doesn't say exactly what kind. Yeah, Wikipedia has it much lower, but I don't know. I'm seeing some very different estimates, but I don't know specifically those. Ma Florida believes those were tricked out C-130s for rescue. Maybe they were. Maybe the helicopters were too. Anyways, I'll post a link to that post from that. It's an interesting thread that Michael Weiss it's an interesting thread that Michael Weiss posted saying he had gotten information from a U.S. official. Jake Phil says this was a very risky operation. Chevy Dad says, now we're balancing a brave American's life against airplane costs. Seriously? Well, I don't think people were necessarily doing that. I think people were trying to get a feeling for, you can be happy and think that the U.S. should do whatever it can to bring back down soldiers. At the same time, you might have concerns about the costs of the war. Fox News has a headline right now. I don't know what this means. Fox News has a headline, and it says, moments ago, Artemis crew enters moon's sphere of influence. Ah, that's the region around the moon where the moon's gravity is the primary force acting on a spacecraft rather than the gravity of Earth. Interesting. The sphere of influence is where the moon's gravity field dominates over Earth's. Oh, hold on. Early warning. Early warning. Early missile warning. Southern Israel. From Iran, I believe. Early warning. That is Beersheba and Dimona and other areas in southern Israel. By the way, thank you, Flacco Flow. Flacco Flow claims somebody posted on X a skull in a wreckage. Again, I'm not aware of anybody, well, any Americans having been killed in the rescue operation. Well, the person you said, Flacco Flow, I just checked their account, and then they said that in a later post that the skull Iran is claiming to have found in the C-130 seems more like the skull of an American seems more like the skull of an Iranian in a Peugeot. I've seen a couple posts saying it's actually. So the idea is, I guess, the Revolutionary Guard claims it found the skull of an American in the wreckage of an aircraft. But I see some people online saying, well, actually, that it looks like that wreckage from that picture is actually a Peugeot car. A Peugeot Pars Iranian car. Anyways, I'm not familiar with the whole debate on this, but I would check some of those posts out there because it seems like some people online have said that it's actually that wreckage is not from the C-130. Oh, let me go back to the missile warning. There is the missile warning for southern Israel. We're going to see. I don't have a camera from southern Israel. By the way, a quick thanks to JB from Texas for the memberships. That's really nice of you, JB from Texas. Also, David Sobel, thank you. I am Charlie. Thank you. I am Charlie says any American is priceless. Thank you. I am Charlie. Least trustworthy weasel. Thank you. Flacco Fo, thanks again. Flacco Flo. Kokomo Corner, thanks for being a member. I am Charlie, thanks again. Dafaz Bear is coming. Thank you for your support. Give me one moment. We're waiting for the missile alerts to pop up here. President Trump just posted something not about the war. I'll show you in a minute. He's talking about the Supreme Court and birthright citizenship. Oh, also, hey, Thomas P0419. Thank you, Thomas, from Sweden, for all the memberships you've given, and thanks for all your support, and thanks for shouting out the moderators. I'm going to thank the moderators again in a second. Thank you very much, Thomas. Much appreciated. Okay, there we have the alerts. Here we go. We have alerts in Beersheba. I think this is the third or fourth missile alert we've had while we've been on the air. Beersheba and southern Israel now, we have alerts. Missile alerts. We'll have to see what happens. Ricardo thinks the deadline will keep going further and further. "666 Amaranth says alerts are rolling in." I will have to check and see, because I don't have cameras from there, what reports we get from southern Israel, but you can see the missile alerts there. We still have alerts. Hang on here. Sorry, I'm just checking out a couple things here. So one of our viewers had written to me and sent me a report claiming that the U.S. or Israel had hit Sharif University in Iran. Our viewer Woodcraft Supply Corner sent me that. Al Jazeera posted an hour ago and said U.S.-Israeli strike damages mosque and gas station near Tehran's Sharif University. According to Al Jazeera says, according to Iranian media, the attack damaged the university's gas station, causing a gas outage, and caused damage to the university's mosque. All right, I'm going to try to find out if what happened, if what just happened in southern Israel with those the missile or missiles. See if we have any updates here. Albog Boker says the missile was intercepted. He is Israeli reporter. By the way, after President Trump posted his post today, so again, his deadline is Tuesday at 8 Eastern. He said earlier today, well, actually, it's yesterday because where I am, it's Monday. But he said on Sunday morning, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. There is a congresswoman who I believe is Iranian American, Yasamin Ansari. Yeah, she's Iranian American, Yasamin Ansari. She was born in America. Her parents fled from Iran. She is a Democratic congresswoman from Arizona. But I wanted to show you what she posted. She quoted Trump's post, and then she said, this was earlier today, she said, the 25th Amendment exists for a reason. The President of the United States is a deranged lunatic and a national security threat to our country and the rest of the world. She said that quoting the other post, quoting his post. Some people say based. 7-6 says deport. 7-6, you know, she was born in the United States. Wukong also wants her deported. Michelle Lauzon asked it about the alerts. When you see the missile alerts, every siren going off doesn't mean there's a different missile. It's just when the missiles are coming in, it's not clear where they're going to go. So a bunch of sirens can be activated by one missile or a few missiles. Daniel Lombard, our viewer, says, if Trump extends the 48 hours, he is a fool. Iran has been stalling these negotiations for years. Our viewer PW360 says, the Axios story about negotiations for a ceasefire is a clear leak by the Trump administration to say, see, Iran is rejecting everything. That's what PW360 thinks. Axios is reporting that there's last-minute discussion of a possible 45-day ceasefire, but it's unlikely. You can see here. Reuters says about Axios, U.S., Iran, and mediators make push for 45-day ceasefire, Axios reports. Scott Post thinks that Trump doesn't understand how his stupid tweets aren't helping. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to our moderators. And did I miss? By the way, Brian Beelman, did Brian give more memberships? Did I miss that? I may have missed it. He gave 50 before. Anyways, whether you gave more or not, Brian, thank you very much. I hope I didn't miss it. Thank you, Brian, for all your support for the channel. I want to thank our moderators. Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth. And D. Dadon is watching from Israel. Thanks for watching. Ruth says, I don't think you missed it. Thanks. Anyways, I appreciate Brian's support. Also, thanks to our Twitch moderators. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3. Sarah and Tariag, thank you for moderating on Twitch. Thanks also Cece on Twitch for the support. Also our Facebook moderators, like Kay Larry Body and Margaret Riley. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. We're bringing you some evening coverage here. Well, evening where I am. I was traveling today, but we're bringing you some coverage to get you updated. And I will be covering the 1 p.m. Eastern Time President Trump news conference on the rescue. Maybe he'll say something about his deadline. 42 hours, 48 minutes left. David Joel Klotz says, if the U.S. and Israel are exhausted, it will be over and Iran will have won all the Iranian dictatorship wants us to survive. Newshound thinks Trump is trolling everyone and it keeps the IRGC confused. Thanks, Chris D, by the way. Chris D says, how many more times are traitors in the media going to fall for Trump's lies? Every statement is made up. ResQMYRC says, even if Iran wanted to negotiate, how could you really trust them? Atlas thinks Trump is shocked that Iran has not surrendered. Hang on a moment. Now, Iran claimed that that a number of people were killed in the U.S. and in Israeli airstrikes Monday. Monday? Hold on. Or overnight. AP says explosions rang out into the night in Tehran, and low-flying jets could be heard for hours as Tehran was pounded overnight. Thick black smoke rose near the city's Azadi Square after one airstrike hit the Sharif University of Technology grounds. Oh, I was going to show you. I forgot to check what the Iranian Speaker of Parliament posted. Galibaf. What did he post? He has been critical of Trump on his X account. MB Galibaf. Here's a post by the Iranian parliament speaker today about Trump. He said, hold on. He said, your reckless moves are dragging the United States into a living hell for every single family, and our whole region is going to burn because you insist on following Netanyahu's commands. Make no mistake, you won't gain anything through war crimes. The only real solution is respecting the rights of the Iranian people and ending this dangerous game, said the Iranian Speaker of Parliament. Cyclone says, so he's next, I guess. My mind spray says, holy based. Thanks to user KR. Thank you, user KR. Also, JB from Texas. Thanks for the membership. Thank you. What is real? What is real says, any news on Iranian Lebanese civilians killed, or do we only care about Israeli civilians now? U.S. went to war over Iran civilians being killed, right? Yeah, and again, thanks, what is real. Look, I understand this concern over, coverage of people getting killed in Iran. As I have said before, it is very difficult. If Iran did not shut down the internet and allowed international media in Iran, you would probably get a lot more coverage of, say, the aftermath of airstrikes and people being killed. It's very difficult to ascertain what's going on there. So it just makes it really hard. If I had a live stream right now from Iran showing rubble and people looking through the rubble, I would show it to you. I don't. They don't allow it. I'm not hiding it from you. I wish we did have live. I know a lot of you wish we would have video from Iran. I would show you live streams from Iran. But it's just, it hinders the coverage of it if there's no internet and they don't let coverage get out. It's free on X. Well, the problem is you get a lot of unreliable stuff. As I just told you, there were some people claiming on X that the Sharif University had been, greatly hit. And then I showed you the Al Jazeera article that said, well, the mosque at the university was damaged and a gas station at the university. So it's just very difficult to know exactly what's going on there. But I understand the concern. And I appreciate and understand the concern. It's just, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of reliable coverage from there. Barely any. And look, the Iranian state media does not have a great record with telling the truth. So, when they come out and say X number of people were killed in this strike or something, I mean, it could be true. I'm sure people have been killed in US and Israeli strikes in Iran. But I'm not going to sit here and just parrot, um, Iranian regime reports and Iranian state media reports when they clearly post false stuff all the time. I wish we did have more reliable information coming out of Iran. I'd tell you in a second. Some people are saying, well, Israel doesn't tell the truth sometimes. I don't say everything. When do I say everything Israel says is the truth? When have I ever said that? Never. Now, come on. Iran's, state media Fars news agency claimed that a strike near Eslamshar, southwest of Tehran, killed at least 13 people. Did it? I don't know. Again, I do not doubt. I do not doubt at all that innocent people have been killed and injured in the uh, Israeli and U.S. strikes. How could they not be realistically? I believe Israel and the U.S. have struck over 20,000, well over 20,000 targets. So, but these individual reports, I just can't verify them. I was trying to find, there was some reporting earlier today that said there was an Israeli strike in Lebanon, and the report claimed that someone had been killed there who they didn't want to kill. Yeah, so Pierre Malouf. I don't know what happened with this. Roy Case, who's an Israeli reporter, said that reports in Lebanon indicate an Israeli strike in eastern Beirut killed Pierre Malouf, a senior figure in the Christian Lebanese Forces Party, anti-Hezbollah, and his wife was trapped under the rubble, and he wasn't a target of the strike. That was the report. I don't know if that's true. I don't see anything about it though, so I don't know what more came out of that. I don't know if that ended up if that was verified or not. Roy Case hasn't taken down the posts about it. Hold on a second here. You know, remember, I was just reading something that reminded me. President Trump did say in his address to the nation, was it last week, that Iran was going to get hit very hard for the next 2 or 3 weeks. President Trump told the Wall Street Journal, by the way, today, or on Sunday, he told the Wall Street Journal, if Iran doesn't do something by Tuesday evening, they won't have any power plants and they won't have any bridges standing. And then when the Wall Street Journal asked him if when the Wall Street Journal asked if he was concerned that people in Iran could suffer if, civilian infrastructure like bridges and power plants was taken out, Trump replied to the Wall Street Journal, no, they want us to do it, and argued that Iranian people are living in hell. President Trump gave a number of short interviews to different media outlets today. The Wall Street Journal said they talked to him for 8 minutes. There were a bunch of different reporters who said they talked to him today for a short amount of time. He told Rachel Scott of ABC News, if no deal is made, he's blowing up the whole country with very little off the table. He said, if a deal doesn't happen, we're blowing up the whole country. We did a poll earlier and about what would happen at the deadline, and on Twitch, new deadline won, and on YouTube and Facebook, U.S. attacks won. Parabola says, what does very little off the table mean? Chaba Sama thinks it's more empty threats. Thank you, Jason. I got your email. I appreciate it, Jason and Jessica. Thank you. Also, user KR. Thank you, user KR. Eli Betts. Thank you, Eli. What is real? Thank you, what is real? We've talked about Lebanon a bunch. I haven't been focusing on them much today because I haven't seen, I just haven't, I was traveling today and the stuff I was reading was not about Lebanon. So I can't give you a good summary of what happened in Lebanon today. But we've covered Lebanon a bunch. And look, I've said before, over around 20% of the population, I believe, has been displaced in Lebanon since the start of the war. And Israel continues to carry out strikes there. There continues to be fighting in Lebanon between Israeli and Hezbollah forces. But we'll be covering that situation more. That's a whole other situation with Israel moving troops into southern Lebanon. There's this question: are they going to take over some or much of southern Lebanon, and for how long? And it's a whole other. I don't want to get into it right now, but we'll certainly talk about that more. There's a headline on AP from today, which is Trump issues an expletive-filled threat against Iran as details of U.S. aviators' rescue emerge. AP says Iran's Joint Military Command warned of stepped-up attacks on regional oil and civilian infrastructure if the U.S. and Israel attack such targets in Iran. AP says the laws of armed conflict allow attacks on civilian infrastructure only if the military advantage outweighs the civilian harm, legal scholars say. It's considered a high bar to clear, and causing excessive suffering to civilians can constitute a war crime. I mean, obviously, the kind of strikes Trump is talking about would have a severe impact on Iran and on the people of Iran. Again, he told the Wall Street Journal on Sunday If they want, he told them if Iran wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, they're going to lose every power plant and every other plant they have in the whole country. Every power plant in the whole country, he said. DJZG says, imagine that. There's 93 million people in the country. Thanks, Thomas P0419, for being a member. Chris N says he'll do it. Shout out to our subscribers on Twitch, by the way. Running Kings, Wall Street Shaggy, Guy from KC, Bogan, Brain Rot, Midtown Mike, Stumpy Stump. Barry says that would be horrible. I mean, I don't even know that I can conceive of it. When you think of what that would mean. Power plants and bridges, he said today. Thanks to our members, two people like Ryan, 1914, Roger Davis Jr., Raiderette Simpson, Danny G, VC Gamer, Evelyn in Maine, Brian Beelman, Lindsay Larrabee, Hebel, Alone in the Darkness, David Joe Klotz, Thomas P. 0419. If you didn't see this, this is about I believe a 5-story building in Haifa, where an Iranian missile hit on Sunday, and 2 people are missing, believed to be in the rubble, and 2 people dead were pulled from the rubble earlier. Oh, I just saw something. Something else from the UAE. Where is I'm trying to find the story. N12 News said the UAE announced a drone from Iran had hit a communications building in Fujairah. I haven't found the original report from the UAE. Then Ali BK claims that there are explosions in Kuwait. Did they say? I'm not. It's interesting. I don't know if I mean they haven't. Kuwait hasn't posted that recently for a couple hours that they were facing new drones and missiles. So we'll have to see. Oh, let me show you what President Trump posted. Sorry, I was going to show you this earlier. He posted tonight about the Supreme Court. It's not. It's not about Iran. He said, "I have known and respected Steve." Oh no, that's a different one. I want the Mark Levin one. Here, he said, It's too bad that the Supreme Court can't watch and study the Mark Levin show tonight on the birthright citizenship scam. If they saw it, they would never allow that money-making hoax to continue. They should use their powers of common sense for the good of our country. They failed miserably on tariffs, he says of the Supreme Court, needlessly costing the USA hundreds of billions of dollars in potential rebates for the benefit haters and scammers. Why? Don't do it again. The country can only withstand so many bad decisions from a court that just doesn't seem to care. That's him talking about the Supreme Court. He's talking about the birthright citizenship case. Hang on. I'll give you some background on that real quick. Why is this all weird? Here, this is from, let me give you a little, I'll play you, I have a video about it. I have a video about that case that the Supreme Court is hearing, which I'll play you in a second. You can see here it says from Reuters, Supreme Court justices skeptical of Trump executive order to restrict birthright citizenship. With Donald Trump present, U.S. Supreme Court justices signaled skepticism last Wednesday toward the legality of Trump's order to restrict birthright citizenship in the U.S., part of his hardline immigration approach that would upend the long-held understanding of a key constitutional provision. Trump's order instructed U.S. agencies to not recognize the American citizenship of children born in the U.S. if neither parent is an American citizen or a legal permanent resident, also called a green card holder. Here, let me really quick, I just want to show you guys. I know it's a little off topic, but there's a video here about it. Quick video. Here's the video from Reuters about the birthright citizenship thing.
President Donald Trump left the White House to hear oral arguments at the Supreme Court on Wednesday, making him the first sitting U.S. president to attend such proceedings. As protesters demonstrated outside, Trump listened inside to arguments for his directive to restrict birthright citizenship. Reuters White House correspondent Trevor Honeycutt traveled with the president's motorcade.
Hardline immigration policies have been a key platform for Donald Trump ever since he joined the U.S. political conversation a decade ago. And birthright citizenship really gets at the core of that issue, the question of who can and who should be a citizen, and whether people who are illegal immigrants, whether their children can become U.S. citizens.
Trump the proceedings not long after the Justice Department lawyer finished presenting the administration's case, challenging a lower court's ruling that blocked Trump's order to deny citizenship too long after the Justice
can become U.S. citizens.
Trump left midway through the proceedings, not long after the Justice Department lawyer finished presenting the administration's case, challenging a lower court's ruling that blocked Trump's order to deny citizenship to children born in the U.S. if neither parent is a citizen or a green card holder. Conservative Chief Justice John Roberts appeared skeptical of the legality of that directive.
We're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
Liberal Justice Elena Kagan said the administration's interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which has long been understood to guarantee citizenship to children born in the country, is not supported by the text.
You're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this concept.
Elora Mukherjee, clinical professor of law at Columbia University, told Reuters that Trump's citizenship directive could have far-reaching effects.
This administration is only claiming to apply the executive order prospectively, so to future babies who are born in the United States. But one of the justices was asking about if this reasoning is upheld, if this executive order is upheld, isn't there nothing that constrains a future executive branch from retroactively stripping Americans of their citizenship?
An eventual ruling by the Supreme Court endorsing the administration's view could affect the legal status of as many as 250,000 babies born each year, according to some estimates, and require the families of millions more to prove the citizenship status of their newborns.
It was a little off topic, but I did want to play it out of interest. The topic was brought up, so I wanted to play it. So, hey, we're going to go a little bit longer here. Yeah, Bill says, what's this got to do with the war? Well, I'm not going to get into it. If you were listening, I did say several times that this was off topic, but I wanted to play it. So I was not claiming it had anything to do with the war. Hey, by the way, thanks to Joe Dean 70. Joe Dean thinks Trump will probably start bombing at midnight tomorrow. By tomorrow, do you mean Monday at midnight, Joe Dean? Is that what you mean? Instead of Tuesday after the deadline? Thank you so much, Joe Dean 70. Thanks also, Eli Betts and What is Real. What is Real said, did Israel pass a policy to allow hanging Palestinian prisoners while wearing noose lapels? How will their neighbors react to that? Again, we've got a couple we've had a couple of viewers talk about topics tonight. I really didn't want to get, it's an interesting topic, but I don't want to get too far away from the war. So maybe we can discuss it on a future stream, but I don't want to go down that road now because that becomes a whole other thing. I remember reading something about it, but I don't want to try to sum it up and give you wrong information. Thank you, What is Real? You know, the only number of outlets are talking about the Axios report, but I haven't seen anyone else talk about, independently discuss much about any kind of ceasefire negotiations. As we mentioned before, Axios is claiming that the U.S. and Iran are discussing a potential 45-day ceasefire, but they say their sources tell them that there's only slim chance to reach a deal in the next 48 hours before the deadline. Something I said earlier is, could you have a situation where Trump says, hey, the talks are going well, or we're going to extend the deadline, which is something he did a week or two ago. Trump also told Axios today that there is a good chance for a deal, but if they don't make a deal, I'm blowing up everything over there. Now, Axios' sources say that fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz and solving the issue of Iran's highly enriched uranium could only be the result of a final deal. So, would President Trump really be okay with a ceasefire for 45 days, where the Strait of Hormuz stayed closed for 45 days? I don't know about that. But Axios reports that sources tell them that Iran is not going to open the Strait of Hormuz or, agree to give up its enriched uranium for just a 45-day ceasefire. Maybe there's some compromise. Maybe they can increase the number. Maybe the compromise would be something like, hey, increase the number of ships from going through the Strait of Hormuz, not to 135 a day or whatever it was, 130 a day, but to 50 a day or something. I don't know. Something else that's interesting in the Axios reporting, Axios says that a source tells them that among the mediators, there is concern that if the U.S. and Israel hit Iran's energy infrastructure, Iran would then attack Gulf countries' oil and water facilities. There was also reporting today about Israel supposedly preparing to strike energy facilities in Iran. Where was that article? Now I can't find it. Did it disappear? Did it go away? Was it taken down? I know I was reading that somewhere. Let's see. Was it last night? Oh, yeah, Reuters had this. Did we talk about this? We might have actually talked about this. Was it yesterday? Sorry if I forgot when we discussed this. Yeah, right here. I think we talked about this last night or something. Israel is preparing to attack Iranian energy facilities, but is awaiting a green light from the United States, a senior Israeli defense official said Saturday, adding that any such attacks would likely come within the next week. I don't know what to make of that. Oh, thanks, Jodine. Jodine says it's Monday now, so tomorrow night at midnight. She thinks that the U.S. is going to attack Iran with major strikes on Tuesday night at midnight, after the deadline. Thank you, Jodine. 70, I appreciate that. Also, Driver Eli. Thank you, Driver Eli. Much appreciated. Also, thanks to Steve Otten for the memberships. Thank you, Steve Otten. And Director Pepper for being a member. Our viewer Steve God says, no going back if we hit power plants. It's GG. Do you mean it's like game over? But I do think it's worth saying, and it's reasonable to think that if President Trump starts striking bridges and power plants in Iran, who knows? There could be escalation on the Iranian side on attacks on, say, Gulf countries. So it would be a huge step. Danielle Klingenberg, our viewer, says, I think Iranians are in this for Iranians? You mean the government or the people? But she says, I think the Iranians are in this for the long haul. I think she means the Iranian regime. Shroomy Steve thinks there will be an extension to the extension of the extension that extended the time. Oh, thanks. Thomas P0419 just gave more people memberships. Thank you, Thomas. Buckeye Boy says, Trump can't tell us everything. We'll just have to find out when the time comes. Melatonin Misuser says, how many deadlines has he given so far? It's Tuesday. The deadline is Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, guys, so it's about 2 a.m. here right now. And I am planning on coming on the air to cover the the Trump press conference. By the way, Al Jazeera says civil defense in southern Lebanon tells Al Jazeera 4 dead in an Israeli airstrike on a car in a town in southern Lebanon. I do not know why, if Israel hit a car, who they hit. I am seeing a report also in Yediot News, Israeli news account I follow, with a car on fire, and says reports from Lebanon, 4 killed in a targeted assassination attempt on a vehicle. What I was saying, though, is we're going to be covering it's 2 a.m. here, and we're going to be covering the Trump press conference. So I'm not going to go too much later tonight because I want to be able to get some rest and get up and do coverage tomorrow. The press conference is 1 p.m. Eastern time. 1 p.m. Eastern. Let me show you his post about it. Here is President Trump's post about this today. Sounds like they're cutting some of the debris on the live stream. He said, we have rescued the seriously wounded and really brave F-15 crew member officer from deep inside, said seriously wounded, from deep inside the mountains of Iran. The Iranian military was looking hard in big numbers and getting close. He is a highly respected colonel. This type of raid is seldom attempted because of the danger to the man and equipment. It just doesn't happen. The second raid came after the first one, where we rescued the pilot in broad daylight. Also unusual, spending 7 hours over Iran. An amazing show of bravery and talent by all. I will be having a news conference with the military at the Oval Office. I think it's been moved into the press briefing room on Monday at 1 p.m. Press conference with the military. Thanks, Chris Renfro, by the way. I appreciate it, Chris. So 1 p.m. Eastern. Hold on a second here. So, thanks to Shifty Lincoln, who says his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is a birthright citizen, but never mind that, right? LOL, you can't make the stuff up. Now, I believe Trump's executive order said that, what is it here? It said somebody is not a citizen if they're born in the country, but neither of their parents is a citizen, and also neither of their parents is legally in the country. Let's see here. The order mandates that at least one parent must be a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident, which I guess means has a green card. I don't know what the Marco Rubio was born to Cuban immigrants. Oh, well, I just saw here that I believe they might have been. I believe Rubio's parents may have been lawful permanent immigrants, lawful permanent residents. My point is, if Rubio's parents were lawful permanent residents, that would mean that Trump's executive order would not apply to Marco Rubio, if that makes sense. Yes, there's a New York Times article that talks about this too. It says that his parents were lawful permanent residents when he was born. So the executive order of Trump would not apply, would not, I mean, in theory, it's supposed to be the executive order, I believe, is not retroactive. But even if it were retroactive, it wouldn't apply to Rubio. Anyways, thank you so much, Shifty Lincoln. I just wanted to clarify that. It's interesting. Hotfix92 also, thank you. Thank you, Hotfix92. Also, Channeling Gary, who says, anyone who thinks we will hear facts about this rescue, I have these two words for you, Jessica Lynch. I don't even remember this story. There was but it's on Wikipedia. This has to do with the Iraq War. Jessica Lynch was seriously injured in the Iraq War. And initial reports on her capture and rescue in Iraq were incorrect. She has been outspoken in her criticism of the original stories that were reported regarding her combat experience. She said she was knocked unconscious when her vehicle crashed during the ambush. She testified in Congress that she never had fired her weapon. Anyways, I guess I'd have to go back and look at this. You can read about Jessica Lynch on Wikipedia. I don't even remember this whole story. I guess Channeling Gary is going to be skeptical of stories told about the rescue. I don't want to get into all this now. Let's see. But I guess there were some initial stories told about Jessica Lynch that turned out to not be true. Is that the idea? There were stories, I guess, about her fighting. But she, I don't believe, told these stories, from what I understand. Anyways, that's my very brief summary based on my 5 minutes of research about something I forget. Oh, the moon flyby is supposed to start around 2:45 p.m. So we'll do some coverage of it. I don't know that it'll be a separate stream though. We might do double coverage of the war and the moon flyby. All right, I think I should start wrapping up this stream because. Oh, hold on a second. I will. There's one thing I want to mention though. I just saw this. UAE authorities announced they're responding to an incident involving an Iranian drone attack on the Du Telecommunications Company building in Fujairah, I guess. That was from Qatar News Agency that said that. Oh, I have it right here. Fujairah, UAE. Look. The Fujairah media office said there was a drone attack from Iran on the DU Telecommunications Company building in the UAE. No injuries reported. This marks the second attack on telecommunications companies in the UAE by Iranian drones. That's according to an article from Khaleej Times, which was reposted by the Fujairah media office. Okay, anyways. Blatt says Dubai is losing revenue. Apparently they host a bunch of conferences. My cousin is an OFW there. That's an interesting topic. Maybe we should, but I think we should probably come back to that. I think I should probably start wrapping this broadcast up, and then I'm planning on coming back on for the press conference. So I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream. Glad we got to do some coverage. I was traveling all day, but we will definitely have more coverage. Anyways, I'm going to I'll switch as I sign off. So that search is ongoing. I mean, there's 2 people still missing in that building in Haifa. Maybe miraculously they can find the people alive. I don't know. They already found 2 people dead there. That was from an Iranian missile strike. But where is the other thing I was going to put on the screen? That is Tel Aviv right there. So while I'm finishing up, maybe I'll put the Tel Aviv stream. I'll put the Tel Aviv camera on. Oh, did I have some other audio on? Oh, you know what? I had the audio on here. I had this audio. Sorry, I had the audio on from Haifa. But I also had, just to be clear, I had low the audio on from the Beirut shot. So you may have heard, I just want to clarify this. How do I clarify this? That's from Haifa. So there's clearly, you're hearing jackhammering and stuff, but I did have a little audio on from the Beirut shot, and I just heard some kind of, hear this? That sound, I don't know how much of that we were hearing before, but that sound is from the Beirut shot. So I'm sorry if, I think at some point I was confused and thought that sound was coming from this shot, and I said they're cutting something. Although they're clearly doing plenty of stuff here. Anyways, I'm sorry if I confused people by having some low audio on from the Beirut shot that I didn't even know was on. Okay. Anyways, now there's no audio on. Now I will put the Tel Aviv shot in the background as I wrap this up. Sometimes I have different cameras and I try to keep one only audio from one on. But once in a while I mess something up and I have audio from two cameras on. Anyways, so I apologize about that. So we're going to have more coverage. I'm going to try to get some sleep. But if there's some huge thing that happens overnight, I can always run on the air. By the way, I just want to mention also, Greg Carlstrom from The Economist said that Iran thinks that the control of the Strait of Hormuz is the thing that will prevent, that will deter the U.S. and Israel from attacking it in the future. And it also wants to get revenue from the Strait of Hormuz. But Greg Carlstrom from The Economist believes that America will not, it's not an acceptable deal if the Strait of Hormuz isn't open. It's what we were talking about earlier. This idea that there's some sort of, I was saying, I can't imagine President Trump would be happy with a ceasefire deal where the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. But you know, Axios was reporting that Iran would not give up the Strait of Hormuz to open it up just for a 45-day ceasefire. So I don't know how things play out here. Is there some middle ground for a ceasefire? I don't know. All right. Let's oh, by the way, I was going to change to Tel Aviv and I stopped while I was changing it. All right. So I hope you guys can join me later today when we cover the 1 p.m. President Trump news conference. Okay. I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream. And if you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel. Agenda Free TV. I would turn the notifications on. I would recommend doing that. You never know when we're coming on the air. And if we have our own notification system, it's free. It works great. We do it through Discord. You sign up once and you get sent a notification before we go live every single time. I don't think I hydrated enough during the stream. Yes, 1 p.m. Eastern is the press conference. But turn on the notifications. The mods will post the link to the free notifications in the chat. You can find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. So sign up for those. And I will post updates when I'm not on the air, if I am awake. At Lunar on X is where you can follow me for breaking news. At Lunar on X. And I really appreciate all of our moderators who have been moderating. You are awesome. You are the ones who allow us to have the chat rooms, even though we got people with different views. I like that people can come together with different views and chat respectfully in our chat and civilly, but that's thanks to our moderators who are keeping things under control there. Ruth is there late over on, thank you so much, Ruth, on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators who were there tonight. Also on Facebook, Andrea Holder, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Huge thanks for modding. Thank you. And on Twitch, Idaho Star and Tariag, all of our moderators over there. Oh, I never thanked Throb Live for subscribing. Sorry about that, but thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And also, thanks to our ex-moderators, people like Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. Thank you for moderating. Thanks for everybody for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. Hopefully I thanked everybody. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. Oh, I didn't thank Danny G for being a member. Thank you, Danny G. Also, Hotfix92. Thank you, Hotfix92. Much appreciate your support. And did I get everybody on Facebook? I don't know. Oh, I didn't get Fawn Turton and Susan Priest Buchner and Hope Miller on Facebook. Thank you so much for the Facebook stars. Let's see here. What else did I want to mention? Another good way to find out when we're live. If you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live every time. I also post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. We do also have a Discord where you can chat. We have a chat where you can chat for free with other viewers. The Discord chat. Check it out. What was I going to say? The link to the Discord chat is the same as the link to the free notifications. So you can check out the Discord chat if you want to. And big thanks to our moderators over on Discord for helping out with the Discord. Much appreciated. And also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. To turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel and click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay, I want to shout out again our Facebook subscribers like Juliana Martin and LT and Dolly Clark and Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Huge thanks. And also our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy and Two Toonies, Throb Live, Shells 80, Gamov 5, and thanks for your support, Gamov, Mr. Mac, Bogan, Hugh J, and Spencer Biohazard, Constal Industries. Thank you, Kay Klauf. Did the Discord get posted in Twitch? Somebody was wondering about it. It's right there. There it is. Midtown Mike, thanks for subscribing. My Mind Spray. Thanks for My Mind Spray for watching. I appreciate you watching. Canadian till the end VO, thanks for being a subscriber. RJFH, thanks for subscribing. All right, and all of our other subscribers on Twitch, CC, thank you. Frucart Toffine, thank you. And our YouTube members, thank you for being members over there on YouTube. People like Patricia Grace and CAC in Atlanta City in Georgia, Platinum Dose, Lord Cannabis, Evelyn in Maine, Marisol DeValley, Chris and Gary Baines, Casey Girl, CAC 813, Platinum Dose, Hammocky, and Rune, and Betsy's Tag, and Nola Ape. Sorry, my brain isn't working too well right now. It's been a busy day. And everybody else for watching, like Mr. Royal, thank you for watching. Cadavalations. Our viewer, Serg Sigert, says, oh boy, another deadline. I'm sure Trump will surely enforce it this time. Wow. Thanks, Spectre EH, for watching. Jay Stubbles, all of our other viewers, Thank you. Jasmine Beatty, thanks for watching. Oh, you know what's happened? Once in a while, there's this weird, sometimes the Facebook chat stalls out on me, and I don't realize it's stalled out. That keeps happening. I got to keep an eye on that. Paul Anderson was modding too. That's what happened. It's the Facebook chat stalled on me, and I didn't know it was stalled. So I didn't. I have a couple windows where I look at the chat, so I could see the Facebook messages in another window. But certain things are easy to see in the action. And I never closed the poll. I think I kept the poll open on Facebook, or I kept the results up. I'm sorry. What a disaster. Well, sorry about that. Thanks, Paul Anderson. Sorry, Paul, I missed you before. And Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks for modding. Thanks, Ann Spencer and Karen Horvat for watching over there. Sorry, Facebook. Fawn Turton, thanks for subscribing as well. All right. Anyways, Heath Mandy Wall, thanks for watching too. So I am going to wrap this up now. We will be back. I will come on before the 1 p.m. press conference from President Trump. Hang on, I'm just checking to make sure I'm not missing something. All right, I'm checking here. I think it is time. All right, so I am wrapping this up. Thank you for joining our stream tonight. More later today, press conference coverage and deadline coverage, and we'll cover some space stuff too, and other breaking news updates. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.